Hello. 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 I know the emote's name is goodbye, but hello. I came to Tuliolo because the music is chill and jazzy and also consistent. I got my Reaper up to I mean, not my Reaper, my Viper up to 90, and that's about all I'd done off stream on this character, other than grabbing a new Wondrous Tales. I should actually do some of the Wondrous Tales. Plumage. Gaming indeed, Piop. Welcome in. I am tired and slightly in pain, but the pain part and the tired part are both normal. It's okay. I've not been super good about my roulettes, but you know, it's because I'm lazy. Hello, sir. Goodbye, giant water snake. God damn. This one. What's up, bitch? I have a little soda with me. Dancing. Oh my gosh, he stepped on me. That's rude. Worst version of this song, sorry. I don't know if that's a controversial opinion, but that's my opinion. Oh, right before I started stream, my shoulder was like, what if you were in pain? And I said, no, please. I don't like pain. And my shoulder said, fuck you, too bad. So now my shoulder hurts. Yay! I got a bunch. I don't give a fuck. Forgot to do the Wondrous Tales before doing main scenario roulette, so it's just sitting there mocking me. What a bitch. Alright. It is now story time. Now that I remember to do that. We're gonna go touch some fields. The fields are dead. Wilted reeds. They're wilted and unhealthy. They're gross. The water is shit. The water's not shit. MSQ, yeah. Paddy soil is good. This frog is tired and sad, which is a mood. I enjoyed the story, but I feel like a lot of people were upset for the same reason they give, which is a lie, about Stormblood and how it's not our story, even though none of it's like the only expansion that's really our story is Shadowbringers. What do you think? Any obvious problems? The reeds are fucking dead. I agree, the waters look to be of good quality. It's just it's just the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? You would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. You were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless. I couldn't help but be reminded of I can't talk today. Be reminded of all the listless villagers. Everyone's fucking depressed because all their homes and friends are dead. Got destroyed and their friends are dead. Words are hard today. They suffered a terrible tragedy, I know. But there's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewals. Without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. Last time I visited the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It is an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, to give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. I mean, I don't see why not, even without all the ether. Morale is very important. I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wuklamot's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. It's damaged! That big building to the north? Let's go and see it. Whee! It should not be underestimated. It's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. You know, it's because you don't have any friends, Aaronville. Morale is very important. With the paddy fields dead, and their friends dead, and their houses destroyed, people are gonna be depressed. And then when you're depressed, you don't want to do things like work. And, you know, then you're sad and you're just like forever sad. Like more. But doing a thing that will cheer you up, will make you feel better and be like, alright, I should really get to work. We can restore the village. I'm not saying this super well, but it's fine. It's the float. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. I was missing an eyeball. And this thing is damaged. I feel like you could still actually lift that, like there's enough. Because this is, I assume this is where they're primarily holding it. The tail feathers look depressed. Sad, sad tail feathers. Ugh. Ugh. Mm. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? You're admiring your festival float. It's a shame it's in such a poor state. Due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. To float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No ihihana. Ihihana, that's what the festival was called. I wanted to help you hold it. You don't see in our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. We're all of festival leaders' mind this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. Well, we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a boxia for the missing eye, uyubo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Abotia is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and uyuipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics, and that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expended a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the efforts, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated, and if we cannot gather the correct materials, as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Funny enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. Winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as a timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. The float functions is an arcane device. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. Focus? For what? Oh, Ihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Also, just pouring ether into things helps a lot. Wait. Float, a tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. For a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise, we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Alkanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. It was a surprisingly smooth turn there, Aaronville. 3 of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly let's all go together. I don't know how to voice act today. Also very mucusy. Thanks to Wuklamot, we found ourselves a promising way forward. It's bringing some knowledge of valuable assets, but there's something to be said for following one's instincts. Yeah! Linu Hanu wishes to take you to the shipwright. The shipwright's name is Wook Evu. He's a Jabral who only moved to Kozumelka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. Especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu Hanu greeting. We didn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. Proper Hanu Hanu greeting. Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. We shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okbek Bay, to the east of here. To the east! For a second I thought the chocobo marker was a arrow and was confused why there was an arrow on my map. Who is this one? This is Okbay, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozumelka from Tuliola and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Hanu. As for Wukevu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Not with a motorcycle! Hello, sir. With the magic. Alpacas! We're not at the alpaca village yet, because we got distracted by jumping puzzles last stream. Hello, sir. Are you guys ready for silly?
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oh, Kali.
Oh, Kali! Good. You brought your manners with you. When you know Kanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs.
Silly
And
man.
you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
Huh?
You're Wook Lamont.
Yes.
Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wook Evu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette. Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, all right?
All right then, consider it forgotten.
Silly, silly man.
How prompt.
She's like,
We're actually here
anyways.
about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told
One
you
new
work
carrying
with
pole,
Uyuipo wood
and
and
all the others
a
are
certain
fine.
kind of stone? Abokisha?
Abokisha.
That I do.
I didn't hear the
But
word.
while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit. What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair.
I mean, this is where he's
As
from.
strange as
He
it
can go
may
where he
sound,
wants.
Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Yeah.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
Uyuipo.
We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume?
Quiche.
Take yourself to Cave Kikitola or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
Don't you need a map? Nah. My map magically tells me where everything is when I get near it.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
Yeah.
All right then.
I need a
Let's
guide. I don't need a guide. There's going to be an orange circle in my map. I'm amazed that guy got up and down the stairs without anybody noticing. Considering how long those stairs are. Like, it's fucking fast.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
What did Saralja do for this trial?
Ihiana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Don't be such a dick, Bakuljaja. Don't be such an asshole. Dick move. Indeed. If Kikitola is southwest of Okanu, you return to the village first, then head there on foot. Allow me to use my teleportation magic that you plebs can't. Haha! Well, actually, Kryl would probably do fine. Kryl's got pretty good magics. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Random barrel. Drive through the water and into trees. Cave Kikitola as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot raw aboxia by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. Oh, what'd she say? She'll help scout the inside of the cape then. You take the west half and I'll take the east. You know, he says it's home to all sorts of dangerous creatures. But then I come in here and it's just fireflies. Is he just scared of the dark? It's just like... Oh, well, I guess there's this bitch. Yeah, we'll be ending before maintenance. Don't worry. Hide a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. That's it. It'll end around midnight my time, or maintenance is around midnight my time, and I usually end closer to 11. So, we got plenty of time. Picked over the ground near the entrance but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? So shiny rock. It's not actually very shiny. Not in this state. Yes, this is a bulk show. Along with Carl's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. We got rocks! I'd have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. Fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why he agreed to Wuklamon's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Aboxia into Wook Evu's waiting hands. Better looking flowers. Like, they're still not, like, the HDest of flowers, but, like, man, I don't need the flowers to be super fancy. I just prefer that they don't look like shit. More worried about, like, the ground texture than flowers, honestly. Because sometimes they focus in on the ground, and, like, this looks fine. When you zoom in on it, like, it looks fine, but there are some areas in the game where they zoom in close to the ground, and boy, does it look like shit. And you're like, oh god, why would you do this? It's so blurry and muddy and awful. Those look better now. I got all the aether currents down in this lower half of the lower / northern part of the map. Stream. Hello, sir. Thanks to the third promise under mighty swings, we've collected suitable logs of Uyuipo, one of the Aboxia. I found this rock. Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of wings encourages the crops to grow. Not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the result should be spectacular. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyuipo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you to float once the work here is complete. Having seen the end of the ceremony, how did they not notice what the Aether was doing? Very bright and glowy. If you do it at least once a year, I don't actually know how often the reeds are harvested, so I don't know when they do harvest season, but like, you'd think people would notice these things. Yeah, see, these ones are fine. Like, the feathers need to be replaced for sure, and this one needs to be replaced. But the others are fine. Gathering the Uyuipo was a trial in and of itself. At first, Wukavu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into a tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles in the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. What the feathers on the ground? Clement settles down to rest before the festival gets underway. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Party! Woo, 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 woo. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? And the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihihana. Festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? Second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Hakanu altogether. We asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be so quick to count Koana out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds, something about what needs to be done. That's so. Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. I don't know why I can't pronounce Kona's name right. That sounds like our Kona. And look at the reeds was all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. Yeah! Took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title and wins chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wukavu. All that's left is to attach them. It's been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the dawn servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings. It's only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Clement, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I'd be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Clement. I have roles for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Koza Nwaki, where the sacred likeness of Ki'ahi is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wukavu has finished the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wukavu with the repairs. I'm not sure where you need to go. The path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridge to the Stride of the Sun. And we shall see to clearing it end to end. Yeah! Don't worry, Aaronville. We'll buff you up. We'll speed level you so that you can be a cool badass for next expansion. Selinu Hanu said, Koza Nah, key. It should be down this way, and off to the east where the path branches. Should be something about bridges and the stride of the sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we'll meet up in front of Hishai. I have bird support, so I am the most powerful of all. The rest of you don't have bird support. Go away! You're not the right kind of bird! You're not bird support! Why do they stare at the path? Take a move, game! Where is it? Oh, there it is. I just swam over here before. Because it's technically shorter distance than going all the way down here. To go just whoop. And then you can see the next Aether Ray is just right up there, but you can't get to it. Because their big ladder, and by ladder I mean stairs, is broken. I wonder if this will ever be fixed. Because that would be cool. You know, just add this in later. Because in any universe, you'd want to fix that, because getting up there by boat, way longer, way more annoying. Alphino killed some frogs. Ouch. I killed some cats. It makes me sad. Why did my wrist start hurting again? Saw my doctor yesterday and she asked about my wrist and I'm like, yeah, I was hurting a bit it's hurting last week, but it's not hurting. It's not hurting now. And my wrist just went, haha, fuck you. I heard you talking shit. It's a bird. Oh, you're a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of the bird deity I can't say the name of. Anuhano, deity of the harvest. I was half expecting a flying whale. Maybe something I saw in Academia Anadar. Quetzalcoatl! One of the ancients' creations? Possible a vestigial memory of that time endured, a subconscious recollection from the inheriting soul providing the basis for an entirely new religion. I have no idea what that means. As far as I know, it was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tyrol by the first Hanu. Hanu migrated here from another continent, and mayhaps the two do share a common ancestor. Obviously, Alpha, no! They're identical except for coloring! It's all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to the new Hanu? I want to know the pass is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. Run ahead and tell him when we're done here. Are you sure you don't want me to just teleport back? Okay. Meanwhile...
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you.
Damn. Sass.
Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
When are we getting the greeting emote? I'm kind of surprised we didn't get it in story. It's probably gonna be a society quest reward.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry.
And real out here
She's on her
being
way back already?
a shitty combatant.
Stand back, Wukevu!
Meanwhile, his mom's like one of the most badass people on the continent. Is like, damn. The apple fell far from the tree on that one.
Be brave, little bird.
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again. This is a priceless treasure. And as festival leader, I would die to protect it.
Probably don't die though.
Very well, if that's what you want.
Damn. Wuklama also needs a little bit of power leveling.
I put everything into that blow.
Girl, level more.
Good.
Because he's like 95.
Understand that gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
You know, he says this shit every time. But the second I come in and glare at him, he's like, oh no, and bitches out.
Was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Oh, bitch.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
I will stab you with my scythe. I know it's not a stabbing weapon. Shh.
Calm yourself, chosen one. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre.
Got little beads. Yeah,
What's
pretty
more,
colored beads.
We have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Seriously, what did Zaralja do for this feat?
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts.
Chickens!
Lucky
I'll
for you.
solo you myself. I don't get to, though, because it's Wuklamont's story. It's fine. She'll kick his butt later. It's part of her character arc.
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Clement, you probably should have
Talk to us,
gotten up
third promise.
early,
You're not
earlier than
dying,
that.
are you?
She didn't even take a hit. She just got knocked aside.
It'll take more than that to kill me.
It's just like, eh.
So, are we having this festival or not?
Festivals! Boo!
Yes. Yes, we are.
How do you guys form these consonants? You don't even close your mouths. How do you do this without closing your mouths? Ugh. Ugh. Ah. Pain. Ah. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well have not been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and brought us time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Yeah. Give me the money. You, what do you have to say for yourself? That exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs have finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh golly, see, I remember. The rest of you don't have to do it, he said, quietly under his breath. Whee! Hello, sir. Thank you for letting me know. I'd very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do, what to do. Whee! Whoop! Go hold the float. Festival's about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Leon of the Storm's aftermath may have been hard on all of us, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. It's literally called the lifting of wings. It's like, lift your spirits. Stop being sad that your friends died. What, the float is fixed? My fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. I would have wanted us to honor them with celebration. Not let their loss deter us from it. Let's go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. Whee! Hello, sir. Only we're pleased to hear the festival is going ahead, I imagine. Yeah. As well, once your friends return, lifting of wings can begin at last. Well, that's about to come up, so not quite.
So few have come.
Okay. Ads gonna come up soon. We're gonna take a little break and get water and such. So, BRB. I'm back. We can continue the cutscene and see the thingy.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukeru knows well the heart of the Hanu.
Yeah.
Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the
I'm
lifting
gonna eat a
of
piece
wings.
of chocolate while the cutscene goes.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
They dance. Dance carry.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
I feel like this scene works better during the day. This is not as bad as when Vic was doing it. It was like a thunderstorm.
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Golol Jaja.
Happy bird dance!
We've enough bearers now! Onwards to Kozanuaki!
Cutscene! Skip half the walking for this cutscene, because it would look silly if they did it for like the whole time.
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Sea of clouds. Like, I'm just saying, they do this at least once a year. How did they not notice?
Amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Hello, senor. Just saying, you would think they would have noticed the ether explosion. It's like, you guys have been watching this your whole life. It should not... I think it's silly that they had to have it explained to them. See, it shows all the fields glowing. but then not all of them grow. Then we ran away back.
Like a literal charm.
I mean, it is magic.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing. To think that
Like, it's
such a
one
thing
thing
was
for
even
Mook Lamont to not
possible.
remember. She was probably a small child. Because she says it was a while ago, not like last year or something. But you'd think the people who see it all the time for their entire lives would notice. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please, feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. Yeah! They can now eat and build.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognized the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper.
You just needed to be depressed from your village being destroyed and your harvest dead
and reducing Ihihana to
and
theater.
your friends dead.
But
Friends and
today's
relatives.
events remind us of the power
Yeah.
of tradition.
Tradition is important.
Connor!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I
But
arrived
some
at a good
traditions
time.
are also bad. I don't know why they have Alphino looking all worried there. Like, it's just a vile Alphino. That's very potent shit. That was one drop. Very potent.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Like, did Zeralja just glare at the reeds?
You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Until they grew?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity.
Like, I just want to know
It
what
utilized the
Zeralja
flame
did for
vortex
this
and ethereal
feat.
current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Who could it be? Who could his Archon allies be?
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace
Maybe
foreign
he had
knowledge
just
and
had
technology.
Zeralja just like pour ether into
Employed
it.
appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
But the floats are fun, Kona. Everybody likes a festival.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Festivals literally make people
Your
happy.
approach was no less effective,
And they had
Wukulamat.
fun.
It achieved the same result.
And it lifted
Indeed
their
it did.
spirits, which
And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
is very, very important in a situation like
Did.
this.
It was so much fun.
They need to feel better.
Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about
But-
Ikana.
But festival's fun.
With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu.
Can you guess what
I
the
like you even
point
more
of
now
the
than I did
feats
before.
is? Like I did the
The
first one
feeling
was
is
like,
mutual.
oh,
And it's not just
so the
you who have
entire
not to learn
point is
either.
to make them
I'll never
learn
look at our float the same
about
way again.
all the disparate cultures
The two of you have
that
exceeded
make up
expectations.
the
Come
country
forth and claim your stones.
and come and understand. So they can be a good ruler.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
Bard.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
And Kona's just like, bye, bitch.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
The third promise? You must join us for Ikikana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Like when he says season, I assume he means next harvest season. But
It's
when do
back
they
to my job for
harvest?
now.
Is it once a year? Is it twice a year?
Thank you for having
Is
us.
it every
forward to
3 to
seeing you
4
all again.
months? I know these aren't important things. I'm just curious. I just want to know.
These are interesting times indeed.
Now I shall go get a taco and then return to my homeland and eat more tacos.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win.
Like, does
For
the
win
third
we
group
must.
of Mamulja just not interbreed with the other two? Did they not even try? We know it's Hubiko and Bunewa who interbreeding produced the blessed siblings. Oh, it started raining. Nice. What about the other one? Journey's just starting. I already have met so many wonderful people. Lukavu, for one. He's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectable of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu, and warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ikihana, to help others do the same. Can't help but feel excited, thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to the place. I'm gonna grab these quests to do off stream. I don't remember what these quests are about. Fruit. Cool. Do birds sweat? Like, I feel like they probably don't. Al, that's not helpful. Like, I feel like they don't. Oh, there's a thing right here. Eh. Good job, me. We can go to Urkapacha! Just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Urkapacha. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your optimistic Pelu friends has to say. I've been waiting for what feels like days and eaten enough of Barukevu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? I would like to eat some of his delicious tacos, but Bakul Jaja ruined them. I can never forgive him for destroying the tacos. It's so cruel. The main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkapacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn, then take the road west to the first fort. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkapacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart, when it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Al, did you hear me telling chat that my wrist started hurting again today after I told my doctor yesterday that my wrist wasn't hurting? I feel like my wrist took that personally. It's like, yay, the pain's gone. Fuck me, apparently. Hello, approachable Pelu. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Urkapacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all carrying heavy loads, our merchants would be lost without them. So they feel much the same age as our chocobos back home. We don't have alpacas in Eorzea. Alpacas are native to Yogg-Toroil. Eorzea has chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. I go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway. But must we ride these little monsters? I wonder if somewhere in Ilsebard has camels. I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. Maybe if you don't pull on their fur. Yeah, well, I'm really doing this. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. They're like the Nemo, but not fairies. Yes, I made a trade with the Third Promise herself. My friends will never believe this. She'll be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then. Thank you. Better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. Still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpaca streets to Urkapacha, then that's what we'll do. They have Alpacas, llamas, and camels all spit at things. It's a genus trait. Spitting on things. Ah, cool, it's foggy.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and
At least you could
eternal,
see the giant
it
mountain.
rises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Well, so my wrist was hurting last week. But then it stopped hurting on like the weekend, and I was like, yay! I told my doctor it was hurting, but it's not anymore. She was like, that's good.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually
So now,
been here before.
pain. Pain returned.
The air is so crisp and clear.
And thin!
Mountains everywhere you look.
Yes, Ali, say that's because you're in a mountain range.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
Oh, you guys also have a giant mountain?
The tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
It's like, ahui!
Oh, do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuklamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places.
Hello?
But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watrunpelo.
Truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's booze, Ali say. You're too young to drink it.
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Also, I hear it is
Yes,
very
it must have
strong.
done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end.
Or was it? Dun dun dun.
But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
Yay! Peace.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes.
Stinian would do really badly here.
Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Sure. Sure, Wuklamat. Sure.
Watrunpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there.
She's like, I can literally see it. It's fine. She then proceeds to get talked into almost spending a lot of money. This way. Oh no, not the Lobo. Oh, it's there. I need one or more. Whee! Oh, it's like early morning. Time for Wuklamot to almost buy a bunch of clothes that she doesn't need. This is it. Watching Pelu. Home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuklamot should have arrived before us. That's not good. Come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. I mean, she does, so. Fortunate that an ideal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. Two nations' rulers should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady? I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem. What did we just talk about? Aaronville, when did you... They weren't that far behind you, Wuklamont. Ah, a Shatona from far of Shaktaral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I am told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. They're from the desert! Yassulani is a desert! No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course, of course. My shop door is always open. Lies! Most of these stores aren't available. You're saying something about not being easily charmed? I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and in winning customers like Wuklamont fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. The only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. Valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. I'll take Aaronville's words of caution to heart. Yeah, Wuklamont. Yay! Wuklamont is ready to search out the Dawn Serpent's Elector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. No need to propose a strategy then. Kyle, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. With Clement, you and Aaronville might try approaching travelers and passerby. Maria, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. See, look. I'm not allowed inside this building. I'm too tall. By like 3 inches to go through the door. Not what I meant, but that's fine. Hello, distillery worker. Dawn servant selector? Oh, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it. Me, I don't much care who sits the throne as long as I keep Taral peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. I don't take drinks from strangers. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about the elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Topley, could probably tell you more about it. Do not take drinks from strangers. I've been drugged too many times. What stupid house? Electors? Oh yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're liking to put a new ruler on the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zorolja. The first promise wins. He'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more resources and more customers. The thousands call him, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Do you care to purchase something? No. Nobody's gonna want those soon, my dude. Very well. You said you wanted to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zoroljar's policies. Yeah, 'cause war is bad. War bad. What stupid house, El? I do not wish for your gemstones. Congrats on getting first, Al. Only took almost 2 hours for somebody to redeem it. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Hey, look, and you can tell she's important because she's wearing a different color. Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close, and nervous starlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happens to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher. It was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Al, what stupid house are you talking about? I'm confused. Remember, I have a shitty memory. Look, this is the hunt dude. I assume. I haven't talked to him. You have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Topley is the man to talk to about the contest. If only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head rancher? The alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. We shall do the contests. I already know which one Tobley is. Woo! From doing this before. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. Can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Uh-huh. Hello, small child. Or young adult. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though who among us could, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Don't worry, I got plenty of gil. Great, we can meet back here to share impressions. I got gil out the wazoo. Actually, I don't have a ton of gil in this character. I only have 11 million. Almost 12 million. Obviously, I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. Blue, you already introduced yourself. You meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck. Hello, Tobley. A visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. Think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I would say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the Third Promise and her entourage. Sharp instincts, so we commence the rite of succession, then. That guy just straight up lying. So we're both done with our interrogation. So who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. The workers so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Tempted to mask of our mystery ranch hand, so to speak. I don't actually remember what he was called. I'm pretty sure that one's this one is Tobley. I know it's you, Tobley, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobley, head ledger of Wachimpalo, head rancher of the family ranch. I'm also one of Gulu Jaja's chosen electors. Ha! A place featured in the Tuliolal saga, just as we thought. It's right to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. Indeed. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. I'm glad she did. It would have been a pity had her bid ended here. Village of tiny people. But not Lalafell tiny.
The Dunservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Yeah.
Right. Not
She
hard enough.
definitely would have figured it out on her own and not just picked the guy that said he was Tobley. Also, Zaralja is here.
Zaralja.
Why does he have detailed abs? I just noticed that.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley.
That's part of the test.
Like, a solution to most things just seems to be glaring. So, I'm half convinced that to finish the feat, the Hanu feat, he just glared. He just glared at the reeds.
You're doubly. Without even asking a single question.
Like, I'm half
Very
convinced he
impressive
just
indeed.
glared at the reeds until they started
With that
growing
amusing
somehow.
prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered the number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one.
Oh my god.
You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Yeah.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
Varal's just over here like, I hate this. What is this bullshit?
Special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, third promise?
No. She will,
Who,
don't worry.
Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
You know, Zaralja, you could be supportive of your little sister. But no. You want to be a douchebag.
Ah! The little monster spat on me! Ah, oh, that stinks. I can't.
No, alpacas are too small to be ridden by most people. They're not for riding.
Paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
You might be able to find a llama big enough.
Especially timid, and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
Llamas are like bigger alpacas.
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct.
They're very similar looking,
That it is a feat
but they
easier
are
said than done. I suggest you prepare
not
well
nice,
before you enter the
usually.
valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with their catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Because the entire point of the rite are to learn about the cultures
This won't take long.
of Tuliolol.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas.
My cat girl just looks like so sad, like, oh, she's so fucked, man.
Just another animal.
They're fluffy.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Uh-huh.
Scream, in other words.
Heh. Aaronville is such a mood. I love him just being like, it was a scream. That's what a scream
Did
is.
you find the Elector?
Yes.
Oh, we certainly did.
We must tame it in alpaca. I mean, Al, you could just Google llamas and alpacas and compare them to see if they're as cute. I have to go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. Do you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure? The scent has ruined my sense of smell. I'm not sniffing you. I saw that look. It's gross. You don't just sniff your friends. L. It's like 5 letters. Swook will not help demonstrate. The valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? This one's just sitting here being like, I'll spit on you again. Come at me. Let's do it again. Proper saddle. We infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beasts. You'd have to open a window to Google 5 letters. Is that so? Wonderful. Give me one of those then. You perhaps forgotten we are a clan of merchants. If you want a taming saddle, then you need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. I mean, 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. I think the guild that comes to around 1 million or so. I hope if we all pitch in. Alphino, I got this! Oh no, this is my feat to accomplish. I don't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money. Somehow. Al. You are expending far more effort typing about how hard it is to Google llamas when you could literally just open a new tab and type 5 letters. In that case, significantly less effort than all your whining. This basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. It's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? It's 10,000 times more. Need 10,000 Pel, not a million. So we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right. I panicked and got confused with Alphino's million gil. Alphino's not allowed to carry more than a few thousand gil on him, else Tataru will skin him alive. Not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talking into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. Look at its wiggly butt. Its fluffy wiggly butt. Walking away. But I hate it when you're right. Let me help you with your deal making. Oh, hello again. Moblu, I work here as a ranch hand, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I ate them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wu Clement goes alone to capture her alpaca, she's free to accept assistance from whomever she likes. Right, let's see about getting in that saddle then, Third Promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Moblu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Moblu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although, Maria, I think you should go with Wu Clement. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. My advice? Haggle over the 10 million gil sword, Alphino. Fuck's sake. Oh, that guy in the back just got spat on. Seen markets, but I already bet that. Are we gonna get a tiny alpaca minion? Is that the minion from the faiths here? In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca bowl. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. So if I do such a thing, I'll leave the wool with Maria anyway. The better to keep my hands free. See, this made me think that there was going to be, like, a combat scenario or someone was going to, like, attack Wu Clement. And she's like, huh, good thing I gave the wool to you, Warrior of Light. But no. Literally nothing happens. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea on how much he'll accept for his wares. They just, you know, like, they just set up. There may be a combat encounter. And it's like, oh, good thing I don't have the wool anymore. That's not what I want to cook. But no. Just nothing happens. Why are some of the houses on stilts and some aren't? Anything I can do for you? Come to bargain. Need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. Saddle, is it? How will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. How many does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, it barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Maybe something I actually want. What might that be? Mescal, I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, Third Promise. Such mescal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Damn it, Moblu! Hold on. Did you say Third Promise? My offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mescal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? This stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business proper. prosper. Sir Aldra will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. War is bad! It's not actually going to make your business any better. Because you know what they'll need? Boats. Almost the entirety of the New World is already under Tuliolal. Like, they'll just catch chocobos. Wild chocobos are actually super easy to tame. They'll just get chocobos. They're not going to need your saddles. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring in more customers. Also, it totally will. Think of all the people that if you like you're at peace and you expand your trade network, there'll be even more people coming to Tuliolal, and then they'll need saddles because they're going to need an alpaca to get around. Think about it, man. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Palu pray for your victory, Wuklamat. Younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. Oh, thanks, game. They make themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Okay, we'll do our ad break. BRB. Still others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity, crave the future of the Second Promise emissions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunity for great profit. What about you, Mablu? Aren't you part of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. How can you tell? Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yokuyu ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the Saddlemaker wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Things changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I don't give up with a piece of Tuliolo on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's first try exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. And the trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who'll support your bid for the throne, for instance. What about that one dude who thinks you're cool and also is a weaver? Of course, the weaver. Bulnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision and he was here to buy wool. I don't remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. It's that guy! Woo! I actually need release. Oh, that's up there. What's up there? I don't have my crafters and gatherers level past 90 on this character because I just started. The only one in this game who's a weeb is Xenos. The spot, after Bulnock talked to us, he walked off toward the south. He was probably going to hit Kufuro's Inn. Most visitors to watch Impello end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Yeah. Whee! Why are you staring at the road, asshole? Those are supposed to be safe in MMOs. Alpacas. Hello, sir. Sure you miss your poncho. Can I have that basket? Yeah, here you go. Al, you're also a weeb. Since you're the one who brought it up. Thanks. Sounds like we can turn a profit. Surely. But Nook, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? I promise you wish to do business with me? And I ask what this is all about? I want to at least get to the first dungeon tonight. Maybe even finish it, we'll see. But I want to at least get to it. I see, so the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Allow me to invest in your efforts. Yay! Peace in Terral is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledged to preserve the peace when the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. Very generous, Bunlock, thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Not because Maria remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. It's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. It's one of those fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? Wukulama has a pretty high charisma stat. That's the important thing. I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. Why is your hair getting in my ear? Get out. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. Yeah. Love that it does this. Like you have any choice in any of this. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? They aren't wearing one? The only people around here are Mamulja, apparently. It's the obvious answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So, where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the inn. There might be interested travelers. Hillier needs a poncho. None of Mamulja hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably landscards or sellswords. Mamulja, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they have bared shoulders, Mamulja carrying arms can be struck off the list. See, no coat or cloak, but also no weapon? Oh, we might have a winner. Oh there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliyola, and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I'm a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well. But now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. I'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade for one of your fine tools, perhaps. What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, the hat's well made. I'd value it at £1 in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000? We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the eponymous owner of Miplu's Mate Garden, for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. I'm gonna call it mate, you can call it mate. I don't actually know what it's supposed to be. I'm just gonna call it mate, because I know what you bitches are like. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. I wonder if it's like coca. Coca leaves. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's Mate Garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. Seems to be the calm type, right? Because from what I remember, it does seem to be very similar to coca leaves. Which are what cocaine is made from, eventually, after a lot of processing. Well done recognizing that a toolmaker is a potential buyer. If you have a mind to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Oh, thanks. I'm good. Look at what steals yourself with a ride to find your next trading partner. When we get moving, you should be the one to hold this. That, I suppose we just hop on the alpaca Smabu has so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Begin the alpaca ride. Off to the fields we go. I'm gonna spit on you when you're on him. Be fine, these ones are accustomed to people. Still don't trust them. It's like way over here, yeah. I have a knack for biting. Yeah, walking across the world sure does sound like it would take a while. I wouldn't know about that. It's a very tall mountain, that's true. 4 cores or more. I mean, it's pretty far away with the base of it. Let's take the long way around. Well, I guess in some ways that makes sense. The Yakui kind of separate themselves. They should probably build like an elevator. They can do it. Surely Kona knows how to build a fucking giant elevator. Way over here. Yay! Noto cactar. Cactua. Do 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 do. I appreciate that they started doing this and it's just like, nah, we'll just take you to places. You don't have to walk to them. We made it. Now the single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Ikuvelo's inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? And I was. Perhaps you understand. I was an orphan too, you see. Topley took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone's works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. Sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's multi-harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuxamat's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Mipu herself over there. Pass the hatchet to the Third Promise, and let's get to bargaining. Have that little axe for me? It's a hatchet, Wuxamat. Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You are Mipulu, the owner of these fields? I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, the Third Promise. I may be convinced to entertain a proposal. When do you have an offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. Like a mate lease is valued at £1 the thousands column, the same price as a hatchet. Steel would bring us no closer to the mescal. If I may, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on connections. Think of it this way, a generous deal here will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and will no longer have need of hatchets. Assure you that I have nothing but respect for Wooklamont. That is why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off with the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Till colonies or farms come about, I can always use more hands in the field. And you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. It's crazy. Value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Moblu. Marie and I have mate to gather. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you to pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. West is this way. Alpacas! Wild alpacas! Eh. I just noticed that sightseeing point. Meh. Here's the leaves. An acceptable harvest. Let's see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. We've brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine after adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet. Prepare to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate, bought at the shop, 1 sack of those leaves could cost no less than £5 the thousands column. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. Hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the conjures aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Bye. Look at the nice texture on the ground. It's very good on the rocks. Mablu, what's wrong? Not right there. That's not so good. Don't look at this part. As I was saying before, even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? You mentioned your plans to leave. Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tyrell's peace. Becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing. I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli had the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? Will you try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pal? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mescal. The leaves are halfway to 10,000, Luke Lamont. They're 5,000. Working our way into double the value, eh? I think you can do it. Trust me, I'll make sure this trade works. I admire you, Third Promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zorelja? Sure. We've already got one keystone. I mean, of course I am. I'm Luke Lamont with the Dawn's Promise, after all. Luke Lamont has her eye on a jug of premium mezcal. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Aaronville's point. Like, they say that and it's like, oh, is there gonna be a fight while she's holding them? And it's gonna get ruined? Our next stop is the Moscow distillery. But no, nothing fucking happens. Normally, I would teleport back, but there is the Aether Current over this way. So we must get that. Why is this plant so thick? That's just silly. What I think it is up there? Coffee! Yeah, coffee does very well in this environment. Some of the things that thrive at these sorts of elevations, in fact, do very well. Ew, bugs. Crazy, I know. That's only 3. Mickey. I think. Where are the little dudes? I never remember where they are. Bears! Ah, bears! No! Don't get eaten by bears! Okay, that one's up here. So we can't get that right now. Where are the little mole dudes? I need to murder them. That's cactars. Uh. There they are. I don't care. It has to die. For warrior. For the EXP. Very important. Northeast. Oh, right. I think the last one down here is over in the aloe fields. Totally, why are you over here? Fucking weirdo. I want to speak with a man by the name of Gobli. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his product, so if we're to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in the distillery, Maria, perhaps Wuklamut could do the same at the village entrance? Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Hello, Babilja. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolol. I often come here to buy Gobli's Mescal, the finest in Tural according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less, potent refreshments during such conversations. Looks like I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. There's not much I can say about Gobli, but I can tell you what Gobli's been saying. The other day he was wondering about monsters prowling around agave jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mescal. Their presence has made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. Can't rightly bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Gobli might be adept hand at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of some perch. I mean, Don's servant seems like a pretty chill dude to me. He is best dad, after all. Why are you the only other one? Oh, because you're here, never mind. So, what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As to me, I found out where Gobley's working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead and I'll bring Uklamat. Yes, I drove through it on my motorcycle earlier. He wasn't there at the time. Business with me, madam? Why don't we talk below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? I will distract the alpaca all I want, by petting its fluffiness. What's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. I'm in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal. Assuming you have any on hand, that is? Oh, an excellent choice. I must warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. I don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. Deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. Deal, just like that. Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do you want to play first? My brain keeps reading chef as chief, and he's not the chief. He's a chef. Appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, a Hubigo chef, is the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if you might benefit from having other refreshments to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, brewed from the finest leaves, of course. Oh, you're right, absolutely right. I had noticed a growing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but did not realize I myself was to blame. Must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value in mind, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. It's like, humph. Just be over to call the monsters causing them trouble? Not yet. We'll keep that card up our sleeve until we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. Yes, hello, that's me. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes. I must admit, I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It'd be a great honor and opportunity if I can secure the deal. Well, I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there's no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Volokshunsa. It'd be such a shame to miss a chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. It's like, I mean, I haven't... I wash it every day, but it kind of made the colors faded. It would. You saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. His name is Bull Nock, and his works are highly regarded in Tuliolal. As a supporter of Uglama and keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in the selection of an outfit to fit this golden occasion. Certainly a tempting proposal, and one of which I should like to take full advantage. The scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? It's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factoring in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted weaver, this is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. Yes. Give us a moment, and Maria and I will take care of those prowling nuisances. Meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Bolnock. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachumpalo. Be safe! Thing real quick. Like right over there. That should be a coffee jar. It's just over there. It'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Any of you guys actually had mezcal? I haven't. I mean, I'm not exactly a drinker. Yeah, there it is. I've also never had straight tequila. The only hard liquor I've had at all straight was a shot of gin. That was awful. I hated it so much. It was so gross. It was so gross. I did not like it. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mob the sack of leaves so she can seal the deal. Ugh. Oh, that's an A rank. I'm pretty sure. No way it would be an S rank when it's just sitting around out here. I would have heard about that by now. There would be people shouting. Sponsors were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Here's these leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Mr. Copley. Here are the Mate leaves and a written introduction to Bolnock, as agreed. And the deal is done. Here, your jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. Yes, we finally have the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You're the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise. But let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand. For now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. I believe in you, small child. Small adult. She's only a few years younger than Muklamot, so she's an adult. She's like 20. She's not even a child at all. She's just tiny. Muklamot is ready to return to Havli. Even at the palace, I don't think I've held a 10,000-pound jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, Havli's place is not far. We just need to head across the plaza. Imagine if, like, you could drop it and you had to start the entire quest chain over again. This is it. The trade you've been working towards. High quality booze. Sound in peace. Right, time to make our deal. Quality. Your tools ready, saddler. We've brought your precious mezcal. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? You had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Thanks. I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zeralja. I cannot go against the guiding principles of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, Third Promise. Great! Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so this won't take long. Oh, I could not do that, hold that tune without hearing it at the same time. Oof. Commission is ready. Catching a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time of it with one of my saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. I can taste that smooth mezcal already. We did it! The saddle is ours! Oh, why did I say that like that? And to think we started out with only a 100-pound basket of alpaca wool. Blue, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you. It makes me so glad to hear you say that, Third Promise. Got what we came for, so let's return to the branch. The others will be waiting. Yay! We did it! I think it's in the culinarian / alchemist quest where they talk about mate leaves. Look, I am a max height Hroth gal. A Hyur, no problem. A Hyur could totally go through that door. And I think they talk about mate and its background, and it's basically coca leaves, it sounds like. You've acquired the saddle then. Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch an alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Intense music. Hey, sunken gods, I did it. Hardly seems bothered, much less inclined to spit. He is completely accepting of Wuklamat's touch. It's because of the singular scent with which the saddle's been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. Alpacas are adorable. You're only now noticing that? Zorolja, he's back. With the $75 million mount that we will, and by million I mean gil, 75 million gil mount that will be added at some point, I'm sure. Done exactly what he set out to do. Alpaca he's brought. Is it just me, or is it glowing? For tales of such a beast, they say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. Did he manage to snare a prize like that? Beast knows its betters. Faced with an overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. After the illustration of how great the power of the first promise exceeds you, Wuklamat. Don't be a dick to Wuklamat. She is precious. I think the loan will win him our father's throne. I'll be the one to find the golden city, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught, must suffer the horror and the hopelessness firsthand. Exhausted from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature, these are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tula Yolol all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth they have basked in unbroken harmony, and behold, they regard war not as tragedy but opportunity. Thus does the resilient sun seek to provide education, offers much-needed lessons in the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. Tural just wants to conquer the world. It's true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I've seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, rebellions it spawned and the ruins it left behind. The Ghanaian Empire was a congregation of simpletons. You never even saw it! You know nothing about it! The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. That's why Galul Jaja did not elevate the Mamulja, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, First Promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He unite not only Tula Yolol, but the star in its entirety. What? Why? I need not explain myself to you. Don't be rude to your little sister. God. You're being a bad brother. Probably just like, and time to defuse the situation. Oh, well done indeed. The first promise is completed. The feet of gold will let appropriately golden flourish. May I present to you your much-deserved keystone? been like that, or sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even with Kona. It's like we're not even a family. Spraljot is being a bad brother. Wonders of Spraljot and his mysteries later. Right now I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle. I practiced how to use it, so lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. Valley of Oronconcha is west of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamant off on her hunt. Like, they've got the alpaca model that players can ride, and they've got the golden texture for it. It's totally going to be a mount. Wait, I can't fly yet. Did I get all the ether cards? Down here, I did. What is that a note? Was that alpaca trying to sing? But if you don't know, coca leaves are used by indigenous groups in certain parts of South America. They suppress appetite really well, and also keep you awake and alert. I don't know if they're actually caffeinated, like if they actually contain caffeine. But yeah, they're often used because, you know, in a high up place like this, I mean, even like you can probably tell even just from this small section of 14, which is based on those types of areas, there's not a lot of plant life or animals that are really edible. And so they have a very limited diet, and coca leaves are just kind of what a lot of the times they do is when they're out like farming and stuff, they have like a pouch with coca leaves and they'll just like chew a few, and they just do that throughout the day so that they're not hungry and they can remain alert. And then some other people, you know, just decided to turn it into a drug, and it became processed and mixed with a bunch of other stuff, and we got cocaine. I can do this. I know I can. No, I do not know the ingredients of cocaine. I am not a drug dealer or maker. I just know about coca leaves because I studied anthropology in college.
Good luck there, Promise!
I mean,
Thanks.
Coca-Cola
I'll need it.
used to have cocaine in it.
Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them.
As far as I know, I don't know. It might actually be a myth. I'd have to look into it.
Right. I'm off.
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
Good to know I scare you, Elle.
As will I. Wuklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
I should have paused before this cutscene. This is several minutes, I think, and there's an ad break coming up in a minute.
Help me pitch the tent.
Yay! We will pitch a tent, and then we will drink coffee, and we will eat tacos. We don't eat tacos. Spoilers. Wow, it took a while to pitch that 10, huh? It's dark now.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shitona from Shaktural? Why did you cross the salt?
Okay, so the ad's coming up, so we'll pause. I'm like out of water and I need to pee. BRB. Hello. We return to cutscene. Why'd you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlian. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, in many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart, and off I went to become a gleaner.
Yeah.
Her
Hop on,
words
boy.
alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking, and I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place.
Hurry on, J
Yet,
Campfire will
events
be later,
conspired
love.
to
Don't
put me
worry.
Back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding the City of Gold?
I was.
No
And
hints.
though
Just
my
find
hunt is
it.
now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City,
Yeah.
which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Emerald's just over here being a tsundere.
Just so.
But he is making friends, and that's what matters. Friendship.
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
She'll be fine. It's just alpacas.
Do you hear that?
She has obtained alpaca.
I did it.
You're utterly spent. And small wonder.
Spent all night running around.
Well done, Third Promise.
She did it.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
So relieved the Third Promise came back to us safely. The alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feat of gold. Yeah, I'm 92. Moblu is minded to rush to the village. Let's see this. August 7th, 11 p.m. Pacific time. Yeah, so that's in about 2 hours. Coleman still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. Run to the branch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time. The tea will be ready when you arrive. Before you were here, I was telling chat about coca leaves. Smallblue so wisely suggested we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted Third Promise. Which mate leaves seem to be this world's equivalent of. Oh my god, I didn't attune to that aetherite? Fucking dumbass. It's because in my brain I've already attuned to it. Because I've already done the story on a different character, so my brain's like, ha, I've already attuned to the aetherite, I don't need to worry. But I didn't. Because it's a different character. Shut up, Elle. Don't call me a noob! It's an entirely different situation. Enhanced and Shroud. I haven't actually leveled Reaper on my other characters yet, so I don't actually know what that does. Blatio. Fuck is a Blatio? Oh. Sacrificium. What turns into that? Does Enshroud turn into that? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see when I do the dungeon. You're back out of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Muklamut can't be that far behind. Well, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. So you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown kind of fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. Commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Woo, we did it! Though I couldn't find a shiny one like Zeralja did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They're elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen. Much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. A single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Galul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yaqui, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. And along came the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. My people are amazed by this imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yaqui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Oh, look at this bunny they're hiding the face of. I wonder who it could be. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Golul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, grew somber when he learned of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Golul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yaqui's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Golul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. Never heard the Bonpapa forge with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. Saga's not so detailed. And you may not know that Golul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek-ups into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. Must have been a fucking big one, too, considering how big he is. So my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures. The Narnu one was the best I could manage. But you required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Mablu's right, you're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. Like, Kona probably just used some invention either to trade for a saddle or to capture an alpaca. Cool Jaja probably just growled and went, "Rrr." I have more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. I'd have been lost without you, Mablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Luklamat. I feel like I've got a burp in there waiting. Giving me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Totally, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. Appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide. Never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you know. You have my blessing to walk any path you choose, Mablu. Gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Topli. What did I tell you, Mablu? One last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. And I suggest you talk to the Yaqui. You have to go do that anyways. They once ruled over far more than just Urkapacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Yaktaral and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yaqui have to tell us? I may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. And there's nothing from asking a question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. On their big mountain! Actually, they don't live on the really big one, they just live over there. You can see some old ruins. Oh, Kyle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, and since we finished with the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yaktaral around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a chime for safe travel. 20 years ago, about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the dawn servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there's more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I'd appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first to the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, that's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliola and plan our next move. Farewell for now. Thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mescal for the occasion. Yeah! At least the Palu have varied skin tones. It's more than some other non-playable races in the game. She's a fearsome opponent on that brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. We've heard Sir Ultra's supporters talk. They might see opportunity in his expansionist ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. But as I've grown to love Wukalamat, everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Maflu. You might be right. Makes me think Tobli's like 40s to 50s. It's good to have the feet of gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales beside Zeralja and his shiny golden alpaca. I know I shouldn't let it bother me, and gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise, like my brothers. I promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to Zbayav Tai. Oh my god, I can't say it. With us. The contest has hardly begun. Time to go pick up more side quests. Corrupted crystals! Nobody wants that shit. Cause you know, they're corrupted crystals. Why would you ever want them? Back to Tuliolol! I don't think we're gonna have time to do the dungeon. Considering if I'm gonna do it with trust, it takes like 30 plus minutes. Look at us. The contest has barely begun and we already have 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. Can only hope. I mean, by the time of the dungeon, they've got 2 keystones. Kama is eager to attempt the next feat. We've now won keystones from both the Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Sure, that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to retrace Kulujoja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Let's visit the Giants next. Like Kyle said, the fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. Home of the Yaqui is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. If you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozomaka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. If we can call them the Moblins first then, let's head there right now. I'm afraid the right now is going to be a problem. The flight of we wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do then? I feel like they should fix that in universe. Like, canonically after the story, obviously, because the fact that it's broken is the whole point of the first dungeon. But, like, there's an alternative, but it requires preparation. Till it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city. Whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination? Of course. What do you take me for? And as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let us make the most of it. Let me eat tacos. I like tacos. Need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Pakul Chacha. Reminds me, never got around to introducing you to Rovli, did I? He's the man in charge of watching Meki Meki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Yeah, crafter and gatherer quests. I don't know why I said fates. Let's go then. It's not fates. It's quests. Ready? The markets in Meki Meki are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bepi. Cool, Wuklamat's accompanying me. I already walked here once. We're not doing it again. My, the third promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropely. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite terribly. Trying to cleave rocks again, are we? It's something like that. I think you can fix it? Stand among Tyrell's most prestigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? Just child's play. I'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Good to hear. Leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is Maria, a great adventurer I recruited from across the salt. I brought her here to meet you, actually. Thought she might have reason to visit Meki Meki sooner or later. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rothly, humble representative of this grand trade center. Center of Trade. Same thing. Pleasure to meet you, Maria. You there. Stop dithering in the shadows and announce our business already. He was hiding like a coward. I've seen him on somewhere before. He was on the boat. Ah! Did you have to flashbang me? Yeah! You did it twice. He was on the ship with us from Charlene. Jewelry maker you met on the voyage over? Well, I remember. I spoke with him too. Panjantain? Yes, that was his name. Been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? You heard Ropely, guys. Make sure to confess your feelings like a man instead of loitering like a bitch. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Okay, bye! No closer to solving that enigma. Wonder if I could use someone to talk to. Say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. No, this is my alt, Wilf. Also, welcome in, Wilf. It has been a while. He's actually hiding over here. Well, a while since you were in my stream. I did literally just see you, like, 3.5 hours ago on Kira's stream. We're conversing with Master Ropely? But wait, we've never We've met before, haven't we? On the ship. Always lurking, dough. And O? Found him? Good, I'll be right there. What are you owing at? Why did you run off like that? Did you have business with Robley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affair. It's what I get for not looking at the title. Yeah, I put in parentheses on my alt. Undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? If you do not ask me to explain, do not. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You're too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I became truly Yothal, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Uldar, Thames Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre. I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt had possessed me. Any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet as you witnessed, I lacked the courage to even approach a potential employer, stood before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. All right then. Offered a morsel, then served as the full course. I liked Dawn Trail quite a bit. I thought it was very fun, very lighthearted for most of it. Well, Wilf, then I guess you're just spoiling yourself. Not that that matters a ton. Right now we're just doing some in-between shenanigans. You got to hear my dramatic voice acting, though. Unless I really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. And of experience with my predicament, being terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers? Well, when you put it that way, she has no experience seeking a job. Well, good, because I've talked about spoilers for the Dawn Trail story several times while streaming because I've already done it. Me, I'm Luklamat, third promise of Tuliolol. I would never feel inadequate. Mother of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course, member of the royal family. Please forgive my presumptuousness. Dude, anybody can have doubts and inadequacies. You don't even need to have a good reason. That's just depression. Some inkling of the story. There's FF9 stuff in the story, and that makes me happy. Yeah, that. What of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Where's the all the fucking time option? I only got dark to 99. Yeah, the tank gear's kind of meh, I feel like. The magical girl outfit. Even an ally handpicked by the third promise can feel such doubt. Then what hope is there for me? I must question why I bothered to become a goldsmith in the first place. I mean, she do kind of got a bit of a magical girl outfit, which will hopefully be available at some point. Same with Wooklamats. That would be nice, since they're not letting us have them in the game. Home tank gear. I don't remember what the home tank gear looks like. I haven't really looked at it. Looks staged. Sphinx is super gonna be a single piece. The way it looks. Wooklamats would probably be like multiple pieces, I hope, because Look at her boots! Her boots are so good! I need more thigh-high sandals. Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. Also, I want Wu Clement's hairstyle. It is very cool and fancy. Her head wrap from 6.55 is actually available on some jobs, essentially, from the 93 dungeon. It's basically the same headpiece as some of the headpieces from there. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. The Warcore's Armor! Lordor! The dungeon. The Yaqui dungeon. I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. No, that's 91. That's the 91 is the Pegglethon reskin. 93 is the gear that a bunch of the NPCs are wearing. Like the ponchos and stuff. I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important? Like, look at her hairstyle. It's so fancy. 95 is a Ronka reskin, and I'm very disappointed because those headpieces still don't work on bunnies or Hrothgars. They're from the expansion that these races were added. Oh, sorry, Maria. I didn't mean to ignore you. Yes, I'm glad to see Von Jontaine is giving himself another chance. Yeah. All to Raleigh. Can't help but wonder if Von Jontaine will follow through. See if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. The one I'm wearing? Yes. My tiny hat. You know what's really offensive though? Well, since you have been in here to complain about it. So like, you know like the Mackay girl headpieces, like one's a flower, there's the butterfly, and then there's like Yashtola's headpiece from the Mog Station, which is basically just earrings on races with ears in a normal place. Those don't work on female Hrothgar. Because female Hrothgar and male Hrothgar use the same head mesh. You can use the old roses. That's what I replaced it with on a bunch of stuff. But like I would use Yashtola's headpiece, her Shadowbringer's headpiece with this outfit, but it doesn't work. So instead it's this now. And I'm very upset by that. They never fucking adjusted it. It's a bunch of bullshit, because they just didn't... They forgot to adjust the headpieces for Lady Crofts. So they have even less headpiece options than males. Yeah, you can't wear that. I had that on several of my glamours. Can't use it. Kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I've found my courage. I accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. Yeah, so females have even less because the Mackay headpieces do work. The male versions work. My name is Von Jontaine, and I am a goldsmith from Ul'dah, far away in the Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachimeki Meki. If you will have me, I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. You said the golden word. That's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Mochi Meki Meki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. Landed the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. Here. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak to me, I would never have had that moment of much-needed self-reflection. Your arrangements have been made. Come and meet me at the entrance of High Tide Harbor. It's just over there. I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready, Ropley? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachi Meki Meki artisan. Honestly, I would have so taken Burmesians over Hrothgar. Sharp and deadly is the first day I held it. Thank you. You know what I want? I want an Evilise MMO. And you get all the Evilise races with full customization. Yeah, it should have been like... I think it should have probably been a canine race. But Burmesians? Who doesn't love rat people? It would be perfect for Asher, too, since he's a rat. Well, good luck to you, Fonfontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. Also, Freya cosplay? These hats. No, they weren't going to do Lupin because Lupin all share an identical model. So they were already not happening. As for us, we should head for the harbor. I wouldn't want to keep Erinville waiting. Ironically, Bonga, the few that you see, because there aren't a lot that they imported over from 12, more diverse looking than the entirety of Lupin, of all Lupins. But like, I used to have it on a bunch, and I had to replace it with like this. I had to replace it with lamer corsages. Hated it. Like, they're still pretty, I guess, but like, the cool spider lily? Hate it. So, Evilise MMO, all of the Evilise races is playable, full customization, none of this can't wear hats bullshit. What the secrecy? What's this big plan of yours? Up there. That is my big plan. And Evilise had such a huge history, you could set it at like any point in time. Pretty much. What is that? It's a Punutui. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. 9 more jobs to go. Good job, Loaf. Do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures, for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now Punutis. Punutis. Laying a lot on animals for this journey. Well, we did bring along the animal expert. Should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide, then. But it had to be my old nemesis, another boat. Well, I took you to someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Wilf. I mean, I just want Evilise. And the reason I say 12 is because tactics, most of the races are extinct. on account of the apocalypse that happens like 50 years or something after FF12. Ago, and fighting still raged within extents, the inhabitants of Cozamalca rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. The vessels see little use with Tiralna at peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Kona! See, he's happy to see his little sister. Because he's a good brother. Machi, traveling up the river, I presume? Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? Can't believe how well you've managed just by undertaking the contest alone. Glamat, he said he had Archon allies. He's never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. Just not following him directly. It's been hell, not that long, honestly. It's been like a month. Incred, you're Yonche. What are you doing here? Aqua! Thank you for the resub of tier 3. Yaslov, it's your husband and his boyfriend. I don't know much about Tactics Advance. Ingrid, Yonche, what are you doing here? Guarding a promise, the same as you. Oh, I can't do a Thancred or Yonche voice. Heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. Contact with the scholar, who arranged an introduction to these 2 gentlemen. Second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. I was really surprised when the 2 of them showed up and Y'shtola wasn't there with them. I totally expected Y'shtola to come with Yonche and Thancred, and I was like, wait. When's Y'shtola gonna get here then? She's a master of the arcane arts. I guess she's just gonna read for 5 to 6 more levels. Mr. Thancred and I received the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundations. Knowing you 2, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. I could talk. Phew, the nation of Tuliolo spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Never have we striven to preserve peace. Where is our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavor. More opaque than Yonche at times, but surprisingly, the Kona is just like, what? You're still back in 6.1? Quite enough of that. Let's be on our way. I was actually back in the 6.2 a few weeks ago on this character because I hadn't progressed it past Barbarecia. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Muklamont are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does it mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents, including us? There needn't to be a battle royale. We want to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. Oh, I'm just streamed it, but skipped all of the cutscenes. Except for the one where Estinian was working out, because that one's really funny because of Zero's whole, should we also disrobe? But yeah, I skipped basically all the cutscenes up to 6.55. And I just skipped them all. It is funny! Her reaction is really funny, unironically. Intend to hold nothing back and expect you to do the same. Look, I'd already done it. Bunch of other people have done it. You know, that's just old content. So I was like, let's just get to Dawn Trail. I don't care. I don't really like... I don't really like the patches. I don't really like the patch story. There's so much FF4 fan service, a game that I have not played, and it's like, cool. We won't disappoint you. Now there is certainly some personal bias, but the FF9 fan service, much more subtle by and large. Obviously having a city named Alexandria is, blatant, but like there's a lot of subtlety about it. You were taking a boat. Is Alphino's mouth open in the back? If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I'd rather walk than with confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. Did Zerolja just scale the cliff? He's like, nah, let's jump the cliff. It's true that I can't stand boats. Yeah, we noticed. I trust the route Aaronville has chosen for us. Oh. He did your smile like, oh. Leave the handling of the Punchi to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. And we shall remain on deck and stand guard. It may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Aaronville, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Don't worry, Kryl. I already believe in you because of your Moogle laser. Kryl will stand on guard with Maria. Yeah. We'll keep Aaronville company then. My blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Well, Ali saved the DPS and Alphino's a healer, so she's probably a better guard because she does higher damage. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. I shall endeavor to provide aid where it is needed. I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Yeah! Dungeon! Which we're not gonna do tonight. Because it's already 11 o'clock. Have a cool Jaja. The hunt begin. I'm gonna give him a silly voice when he's not actually talking. You cut to... I can't... Cut to? I don't know. Back to Tuliolo music. He's such an asshole, Will. He destroys our tacos. Oh, I know. As his, best dad. Cool Jaja. And the Yaqui and all that. They're FF11 dudes. But Bakul Jaja is an asshole. He destroyed our tacos and I can never forgive that. I'm trying to say it in the least sexual way possible because, like, I think tacos is a euphemism for vagina. Like, taco, I think it's a euphemism for vagina for some people. So I am trying to say it in the least sexual way possible. Hello, Aqua. And it's literally is just regular tacos. Wuklamot bought us all lunch, and then Bakul Jaja knocked into her, and she dropped the bag, and he stepped on the tacos. And, like, he doesn't even apologize. He's just racist. He's just an asshole about it. He's just an asshole about it. He destroyed our tacos, Aqua. Right? I wanted to see the tacos. Then Bakula Jaja was like, we'll destroy these. Okay. Yeah, people are weirdly horny for Bakula Jaja. It is raid time. We're gonna go raid Kira. He is playing Honkai Star Rail and thirsting over the hot men. As you do. We will continue this on Friday. And it's my turn. Good. I am glad he too is digging through trash. It is the truth of the Star Rail protagonist that they love trash like a panda. Beth, we will be back on Friday. We'll do the dungeon and get through Kozamauka. We'll get through the moblins and into Urko Pacha's second half, hopefully. That is the plan. Maybe even get to the 93 dungeon. Wouldn't that be lovely? I will not say hi. I will glare at him threateningly, because he fears me. He fears my scythe. Anyways, Friday is more FF14. I hope you guys have a good couple of days and a good night and all that stuff. And goodbye.